Hey, welcome back to Geeks on Twitch. Back today with a different kind of deck, playing in a Legacy Prelim as well, which is kind of cool. I don't usually have the time to play in Prelims, but this one should be pretty fun. We're currently playing BANT Maverick, but there is a small twist. We are playing a Black Splash for a main deck Leovold, and for the Go Wide decks, we are Plague Engineers in the board, which should be pretty good. It's definitely a tough spot for the deck when you only have BANT colors. You don't have great ways to deal with Go Wide strategies, so having access to the Bayou, the Birds of Paradise in some aspect, for the Plague Engineers is going to be really nice. And then we also have Mother of Runes. I really wanted a way to make sure that my creatures stuck on the board, and cards like Meddling Mage or Gaddock Teeg or Collector Oof or Leovold weren't just out in the open for opponents to deal with them. So I did cut an Oko and my 6th Mana Dork. I really like running the 6th because you do have so many good 3-drops in the deck that having a turn 2 Oko or Leo or Knight's just really strong. So that is why I cut the bird and went with the 2 mums. So hopefully this list goes pretty good. It should be pretty fun. Hey Mardok, thanks for the stay hydrated. This should be pretty good. The prelim is about to start in a minute. Other thoughts, I wasn't sure if I wanted to cut the 3rd Oko or the 3rd Skyclave, but I think Skyclave's just a little bit better at dealing with some threats. Oko, although you can make things like Dreadhorde Arcanist a 3-3, dealing with the 3-3 is something we have to also achieve, so that was just a consideration for the Skyclave, is just extra flexible removal. It is currently 1 PM here and 2 PM in Melbourne, where Grid GM is from. Hopefully the music's not too loud. I just had to change up some things with my audio, so hopefully the volume is all good. Graham, how'd you go in the Moxing Day event? I saw you were playing Food Chain, I believe. I saw a clip of Steve being able to sinkhole you, which is always fun to see. But yeah, hope you guys had a good time. It's nice to see you back playing Paper Magic, which is awesome. Horribly in Legacy 10th and Highlander? Well, that's nice. Nice to balance it out. What were you playing in Highlander? I know you've been a fan of sort of Blue Moon strategies in the past, but I'm not sure if you've moved on or if you're still playing Moon. I want to go back to Moon. I think Moon's pretty sweet. Alright, 25 seconds. Rug Sneak sounds really cool. What were your... I'm assuming you're playing like Through the Breach as well? And probably Show and Tell? What were your targets? I can think of probably Emrakul as a big one, and then maybe something like Worldspine Worm. Maybe some Titans, like Inferno Titan. Oh, that's your list? Nice. Oh, and you get Ren and 6? Okay, that's pretty cool. Alright, let's go to in-game. Alright, we're on the play, and this is a pretty sweet hand. We have a turn 2 Oko, or we have a turn 2 Thalia around Days. We also have removal and swords, so I'm going to keep this. I'm just going to go for a Savannah off the Windswept Heath. Hey, thanks Rick. Hope you're well. Hope you had some nice family time. Not too sure what my opponent is on. Tundra's interesting, and Assaults to Plowshares, okay. Wasteland would be sweet here. It's going to be Savannah. I'm just going to go Savannah into Thalia. It does mean the Oko is going to be a little while off, but I think that jamming Thalia here is just going to do a lot more than just holding up swords and playing Noble. I can also keep the fetch land for things like Dried Arbor, and also Sylvan Library, which is nice. Mardok Highlander is a Australian format. 60 cards. Oh, Cradle's interesting. Doesn't change anything, unfortunately. What do I want to do here? Hey Boyd. Yeah, playing a prelim, which is nice. I believe a prelim is only 4 rounds. But this should be pretty fun. Could be another swords here. Brainstorm, okay. It's not too bad. Opponent could be on something like Terminus here, which would be a little bit rough because it also kind of kills the cradle. But no Terminus. Swords on Thalia, that's fine. Haha, you do have the shiny sword. Let's see what this Ponder does. Would love to see a shuffle. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. Can't do anything here. Ramanap's interesting. So I could play Ramanap off these three, and then play the land, and then we can play Oko, or play the land from the graveyard. But if the Ramanap dies, then... or if the Ramanap gets countered, then the Oko is not going to come down this turn. But against this deck, I'm probably happy for the Ramanap to get countered more than the Oko. So I am going to do that. So let's go Ramanap first. It resolves. We'll get back to Windswept Heath. Now we can fetch. Probably happy just to get a Tundra here. Doesn't matter if it's a trop, we already have double Savannah, so... Oko survives. That's pretty nice. It means that even if they have Verdict next turn, we still have the food to attack with and keep damage going. Back to basics is a thing, Boyd, even in the 5-color decks, unfortunately. I've been back to basics too many times by 4 and 5-color decks that just have a bunch of basics and astrolabes. Yeah, it's tough. So even Blood Moon sees play in some of these 4 and 5-color decks, which is just pretty rough. It's rough when they don't even have a mountain and they cast Blood Moon. Ooh, Moat? Okay, so at least we have things like Night of Autumn to deal with this. We also have Skyclave Apparition, so it's not too bad. Speaking of... I guess in case... they do have double Tundra, but maybe to play around back to basics, it's worth just getting back to Heath. Using this for mana. Playing Apparition. Take out the Moat. I'm just gonna make the food and just bash. And just really apply some fast pressure. One nice thing is that I can make the Skyclave an Elk, and it actually loses the leave the battlefield ability, so my opponent wouldn't get a 4/4, which is pretty cool. You can find the deck list on the screen. If you hover over the back of cards, you'll be able to see it. Caracas is fine. The Verdict is going to be all good. Verdict is going to be all good. Hey, thanks, Boyd. I'm a pretty big fan of it too. What do I want to do here? I can't take the illusion. I think I just definitely swords it. Maybe get Dryad Arbor and then start elking with the Dryad Arbor. Ooh, Hexdrink is pretty massive. I'm just going to pump everything into this Hexdrinker. Hey, Mighty Penguin. I do want to go back to Punishing Maverick. I really like Punishing Maverick decks that have a really subtle red splash of just like Clots in the main deck and some blast effects in the board. I think Clots is really strong, especially against decks like this where, you know, if that Moat did resolve, then Clots is still a body that's going to be dealing a lot of damage. And obviously blasts are really nice as well. Blast is probably the best way to deal with. Jace is okay. Probably bounce on Hex. Yeah. But hopefully, they've already gone down 2 swords, so hopefully they don't have 1 left here. I was gonna say Questing Beast would be awesome to hit. So what do we want to do here? Let's go for Hex Drinker and see if they counter it or not. They don't. Well, now let's go for... I'll play land first and then Beast. They do have Caracas, but... Create a food. So this is actually interesting. If they do have a swords and I go all at face, then Jace sticks. So I think the safe play is just go Questing Beast at them, which if it hits, Jace dies, and then just Dried Arbor at Jace as well, just to give me some resilience. So Dried Arbor at Jace, attack them. This means that 1 swords can't save the Jace. So they have the swords, but we still kill the Jace because the Dried Arbor went at Jace. Nice, that's pretty huge. And here I'm just going to fetch and take up Hex. Go for a basic. Yeah, Rick, I do like going wide with Oko. I could be being too aggressive. They're gonna stand still. That's very interesting. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Wasteland's actually pretty perfect. What is, what do they say in Dodgeball? I'm gonna take them off the Caracas. I guess it doesn't really matter for now. I know what they probably have. They probably have a shark in hand that they think can take over the game. So taking them off a land is actually pretty good. Shark Typhoon. It's none of those, unfortunately. It's the oh, that's a strong play. We'll see if it pays off. What does he say? Ah, the commentator. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. That's a bold move? Is that it? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. There it is. How do you guys think I should put? What do you like taking out against what seems to be blue-white show and tell? I like Nissa, I like Gaddock Teeg, I like the meddling mages. I think the swords can probably come out. Collector Oof can definitely come out. Might keep some amount of swords, especially if they're playing cards like Containment Priest. Hey Cliffy, welcome. Hope you're well. The Nissa I haven't played too much. The one reason that I like Nissa is that the plus ability makes use of your wastelands against decks that wastelands aren't usually very good and where planeswalkers are. So against a deck like Snow, it actually turns my wastelands into a pretty good resource as a 5/5 creature, where I'm usually keeping some out, but they do okay. This is actually the first time I've played it in a long time, so we'll see how it goes, and hopefully we'll see it in this matchup. I could see myself dropping out a Noble Hierarch just to go down a little bit on mana producing creatures because of cards like Terminus and Supreme Verdict. Could also see Wasteland going down, but they're playing Tundra and Karakas. Cradle's probably a cut usually, but I'm not too sure if any of these cards are actually better. It could be something like Swords, just in case my opponent doesn't decide into some sort of mentor plan. But seeing they're playing Moat, I'm going to assume that it's going to double down on some of the hate pieces like Containment Priest. I think this is pretty good. We'll see how this goes. This is a one-lander with 2 ways to accelerate, which isn't the worst, but obviously a little bit risky. Thankfully, we're not playing against the Wasteland deck. Yeah, I think other than the mana, this hand's pretty good, so I'm going to keep this. It's also on the draw, so we have a pretty good ability to hopefully just draw into a land. I'm not usually a big fan of one landers, but seeing we have 2 ways to accelerate, I'm okay with this. I was playing Blast Zone for a bit, but I just really like having the extra mana around. I'm gonna go with the bird. Nice. But yeah, if you are looking to play Maverick, you can definitely play around with a few more utility lands. You can play like Ghost Quarter. Maze of Ith is probably a little bit old school, especially seeing there's cards like Uro or Dreadhorde, which don't really care if you're not dealing damage. This is pretty interesting. I kind of want a double spell, but it's either Thalia or Gaddock Teeg. I think it might just be Thalia, and then Gaddock Teeg following turn. Brainstorm into Terminus is pretty rough. Interesting. What did the Ponder do? Chose not to shuffle. So if I play the Hex Drinker, I get blown out by Terminus. But if I don't, I then have 2 creatures on board, which makes it a little bit better against Swords to Plowshares. Yeah, I think because they didn't even kind of react to the Thalia, I'm happy just to pass back. But obviously if it's just Swords here, then it's pretty rough. There's some thought that Terminus at least takes their whole turn away, other than a land drop. Blood Moon. Okay. Luckily we have the Knight, but we have to draw a basic to play it. I feel like it's just Noble Pass. They don't have any white mana, so they can't actually Verdict next turn, which is interesting. Wow, nothing. Okay. There's a case here where I just want to go Hex Drinker and tick it up. Yeah, I kind of like going for Hex here and just seeing if we can go for Throat. This feels like a shark. Okay. That's gonna be fine. Still no white mana. They're actually going to attack, which is pretty interesting. Wasteland obviously isn't great here, but let's look at my options. I have Green Suns for 3 for something like Leovold, which is pretty strong. I could Green Suns then tick up Hex Drinker once. I could also just tick up Hex Drinker to a 6/6. I do have another land, so I could also go for Questing Beast, which is interesting. I guess because they still don't have white, I'm pretty happy to go for... Yeah, I guess there's no real downside to just ticking up Hex Drinker here. And just keeping my cards that I have. So yeah, I like that. It also does make counter magic much worse in the hand. Blood Moon's an interesting one. I can see where it can really get me, but my opponent was in a position where I feel like them losing white is just so bad. Even if they don't have white cards in hand, knowing that they can't Terminus in their upkeep, or cast Supreme Verdict is just so huge. Yeah, it's the same clock as well, which is really interesting. I don't mind just playing Teeg here. I can't 2-spell, unfortunately. Unless I wanted to go for Night of Autumn, but I don't want to take them off their Tundra, so... Yeah, there is a thought that I don't need to play anything. Because I believe Supreme Verdict is double white. Double white, yeah. Yeah, maybe I do just go for a Night, seeing it's not the greatest spell. There's also a thought for Skoos, because it can eat something perhaps, like if they want to Sword Splash as their own creature, but that doesn't really do anything here. Could have played a land and I didn't, but hopefully that's okay. Hexdrink is just so strong here. It's good to be patient with it as well, and make sure you can play it around something like Swords to Plowshares where your opponent might be tapped out, or in this case, don't have access to red mana, or white mana I should say. So, pretty fortunate that my opponent played the Moon and then it just didn't really hold out for them. I'm going to assume they were playing Astrolabe, but they potentially might not have been. The snow-covered islands, there's probably no reason not to play the snow-covered, but definitely an interesting one. At least we start off on a win, which is always nice. But yeah, here's the list. Let's get up the display feature. So this is definitely a work in progress, but some of the reasons that I like BANT as a color combination, especially for Maverick is Oko in the main deck and Meddling Mage in the board. You do get some splash, so Uro is obviously a very powerful and valuable card. It's not something that I have aggressively green sunned before for, but it's really nice just to naturally draw or find with Sylvan Library. There was one game against Rug where I thought I was dead and Uro literally scraped out the win just through itself. There was no other card, it was just all Uro, and yeah, it was pretty good. The life gain as well is definitely very relevant against some decks. But one reason that I didn't really like Bant compared to Abzan was Plague Engineer and the ability to deal with go-wide strategies like Elves. So I did add a Bayou into this for Leovold in the main deck and Plague Engineers in the board, which seems okay. It's a little bit tough because against decks like Maverick and Death and Taxes, and probably Goblins as well, I should say, where your opponent has access to Rich and Important Wasteland, having just the one black source in your mana base is pretty tough, but we do have Birds of Paradise to actually also cast the Plagues. Thankfully against Elves, you don't have to worry about Wasteland, so that's okay. But yeah, it's tough. Like even Cloths I could see as just a fit in here, because Cloths also in some ways does make your mana a little bit better, but only within the green-red colors. So I think this is okay, just like a light splash for black, but I'm not playing Abrupt Decay, I'm not playing Kaya or any other planeswalkers that have the black splash. I really just wanted it for the Plagues to see how they perform, and hopefully we get to see how they go this time around. And then Meddling Mage is a card that I was really liking Maverick because it does actually make some of your worst matchups better. So matchups like Doomsday or Show and Tell, especially the blue-green or blue-white variants, Meddling Mage can be really strong because your opponent doesn't have things like Pyroclasm or Kozilek's Return to deal with it. The white versions are running Swords to Plowshares and Teferi to bounce, and to be fair, some Doomsday decks are also running removal for cards like Meddling Mage, so that's why I actually added in the 2 Mother Runes, which I haven't played in a little while, but I really wanted to find space for them because this deck does have a lot of silver bullets that are great once they're on board, but decks do have answers to them. So Collector Oof, great against Urza Stompy, but they do have things like Dismember. Gaddock Teeg and Meddling Mage good against combo, but they do have bounce effects or removal effects, so having Mum to know that you can actually protect your threats is really nice. Especially for cards like Leovold. Leo I wanted in the deck as a 3-drop that was actually good against decks like Snow, where Knight of the Reliquary just doesn't really have the impact that it does against the decks like, Loam or Lands or Eldrazi. So being able to actually protect Leo as well is really nice, as it draws us cards, and it just gives us a bit of an advantage where Maverick's definitely in a spot where you have to play cards that give you some amount of value. So Knight of Autumn is a 2/1 creature that also destroys an artifact or enchantment. So it deals with one card and then your opponent has to use another card to deal with the knight. Oko's in a pretty similar role where they usually have to deal with it, and then you have incremental value of food or 3/3s, which is kind of cool. Skyclave has been really nice. Maverick's a deck that has to deal with threats like Planeswalkers, usually with combat damage. So having Skyclave to deal with like a Jace or a Khan or a Jide or a Sylvan Library or another Reliquary is really nice. Skyclave has been really good. I've been a huge fan of it. It's really good in Maverick, especially because you can turn to it if it's really needed. The double white can sometimes come up as a little bit hard to cast against some of the decks that are also going after your mana, but I've found it to be really strong. We don't have the ability to flicker it and make use of its ETB, but I think just as a powerful creature that deals with a flexible amount of threats, I'm really happy to have it. And the best part is that even though your opponent does get back a creature as big as a 4/4, Maverick does have some pretty large creatures in Another Reliquary, Questing Beast, Hextrick, Scoos. So usually the downside of Skyclave isn't felt too much by Maverick players because our board's usually bigger, which is kind of cool. But it still can come back and bite you. If I didn't have an answer to that 4/4 where we exiled the Moat, that would have been pretty tough. And even then, like, we have to deal with it with the Swords to Plowshares. We're still using a card on it. But yeah, Skyclave's been really nice. And it does give Maverick a lot more flexibility with how it can adapt to answer different threats, depending on what you're playing against, which is really cool. I really like that it also deals with Chalice and Mox Diamond without actually giving your opponent anything because they come in as 0/0s, which is cool. Hey Slasher. Yeah, Delver seems like in a pretty good spot. I'm sure there has been a time, but does anyone have a time when they think Delver wasn't that great? Yeah, Spiller, that's a hot take. It is nice that you can also recruiter for it, which is nice. So I guess if you're playing Maverick and you're playing Once Upon a Time, Skyclave's really nice because now you can actually find removal of Once Upon a Time. But yeah, the ability to recruiter for it and flicker it is pretty sweet. So it's definitely a tough one. Have you had any cards decks that have caused you problems? Probably Snow. Snow's the big one because I think Maverick is a good deck to grind with, but when there's decks like Snow that a lot of their cards are 2-for-1s, it's pretty hard to really keep up with. So if you're spending, a Swords to Plowshares and an Ice-Fang Quietle, you're going to be down a card but your opponent's up a card. If you're spending like an Abrupt Decay on your opponent's Astrolabe because they're missing land drops or they're stuck on double forest, then they've already drawn a card, you're down a card. Dead of Winter is a really hard card to play around, and obviously a card that something like Gaddock Teeg doesn't stop, where it does with Supreme Verdict or Terminus. It's just really, really tough to keep up on the value train when it comes to Snow decks. So that's probably where Sylvan Library is your best card, because Snow typically has a pretty slow clock, so you can usually draw 2 extra cards in your first one and maybe 1 or 2 later on, which is pretty cool. So yeah, Snow is probably the biggest one. Doomsday is the other, but thankfully with Meddling Mage it makes it a little bit better. Yeah, Delver would have been pretty rough when Omni and Miracles were on 4 Dig 4 Cruise. I kind of missed those times. That was an interesting format for sure. Been a lot of cool stuff. Harry the Lizard Wizard. Yeah, putting a snow-covered islands in your deck can make your opponents think that you're on something else. There is a small advantage to running the... I took it out. I was running 3 basics, but I did want to put in some extra jewels just to make the mana a little bit more efficient. But if you run 3 basics that are snow, then you have the ability to steal an Ice-Fang Quietle with Oko and also give it Death Touch. So that's a pretty good one. And a pretty good reason to actually play it. Up against Slasher. I believe Slasher's in chat, so best of luck. Maybe not. This is a pretty sweet hand. Again, a turn 2 Oko if I go for Green Suns for Dried Up a turn 1, which I really like. This is very close to the first hand we had, where it was just Green Suns. It was actually Noble instead of Green Suns, I believe. Which is pretty cool. Chalice and Deafening Silence, both really good as turn 1 plays. Chalice coming in against a few other decks than Deafening Silence. So Chalice pretty good even against some of the fast decks like... or some of the decks that rely on Swords to Plowshares and Brainstorm and Ponder, where we usually side out swords and some a number of mana dorks. But yeah, Chalice and Deafening Silence really nice because they are turn 1 plays, which I really like. Alright. Wasteland's interesting, but I think here we're just going to go for the Savannah into Thalia. Hey Gav, welcome. Hope you're well. Marduk, I'm not too sure about MTGO discounts, but that's a good question. This is great. So now we have Swords and Wasteland. Oh, double Wasteland, okay. I think here, although Goyf is a little bit of an issue, I do like Wastelanding the Volk, to keep them off removal for the Thalia. Hey Jerry, a huge thank you. That's really nice. 7 months is awesome. I hope you had a nice Christmas. I hope you had some coffee as well, as a huge fan of coffee. And yeah, a huge thank you. Very nice. I hope you have a nice sleep, and looking forward to seeing you in the new year. Hey Lynn Chalice, welcome. So yeah, going after red because I want my opponent to hopefully not have a removal spell for the Thalia, because even though the Thalia is keeping us off this Oko, I think for now it's doing enough. This feels like a Hooting Mandrills. Okay. Well, that's a little bit rough. Library's actually perfect. Because now we can go library into... That can't be counted. Ponder's gonna be fine. Let's see what this does. You got a pre-modern deck? Pre-modern's really popping in Brisbane as well. There's been some really cool decks going around. Wasteland's gonna be fine. Really need to find a Swords. Leo is actually also pretty nice, but the Wasteland puts us off the Leo for now. So let's go... This is actually pretty interesting. Ask me what Beast did to their Liliana of the Veil and Jace the Mind Sculptor. Basic Swamps, what did our Questing Beast do to Liliana of the Veil and Jace the Mind Sculptor? I think I'd rather not pay here for something and then pay for something down the line. So I'm gonna put this on top and this on top. Unless I want to keep a land. Because if I don't find a land off the next one, then that's pretty rough. Actually, I can put the Windswept on top, and if they Wasteland me, then we actually have a third land on top anyway, so... the question is, do I want to Wasteland them? The Wasteland is allowing me to cast the Oko next turn, which is pretty nice. But I do want to keep my opponent off some amount of cards, so I think I am just going to keep going after the Volk. And if they want to Wasteland me here, then that's more than fine. Delver's fine. They've also tapped out, which is great. So we get to draw this land. Put these on top. And then just go for Leo here. Go for Trop. Oh, I don't have... Oh, I do have a Bayou, thankfully. The question is, am I happy to attack here? I think I like holding back. Even though the Hooting Mandrills can block both our creatures, that does mean we deal with the Hooting Mandrills. Our opponent didn't have a land last turn anyway. I don't think this person is in chat. I think they might have left. Or I might have got the name wrong. It just sounded familiar. No flip is huge. Going to 6 is interesting. I think this is fine. Going to 6 does put us into Delver and Bolt range. Yeah, I think I've heard of Slasher before. I definitely wouldn't expect him to be sniping. I think we just take it. Uro would actually be really nice here. Put on top. Put on top. I guess there's no real difference between uh, 5 and 6. They haven't played any counter magic yet, so that's actually pretty interesting. I think just making the Hooting Mantles here a 3/3 is correct. But it's a tough one. Hooting Mantles has been really good this game. No Brainstorm or Bolt from my opponent, which is huge. Days, okay. You're gonna attack with both, so I'm happy to block here. Blue. Preordain. Okay, hopefully bottom. One bottom, one top. Okay, that's a little bit scary. We know they have days, but they can't daze. Okay. Maybe it's just Knight of Autumn gain 4? Puts me to 6, but doesn't beat... Yeah, I think it's Knight, gain 4, make food, and... There's also a case to just make the Insectile Apparition a 3/3 to lose flying and just chump with the Knight of Autumn. Because Knight puts me to 6, but Bolt and 3 in the air does it. So it's definitely Knight of Autumn. Gain life. And then make this a 3/3 on the floor. And then I don't mind the double block because then we have Green Suns on top. Another Hooting Mandrills. No. What you got? Brainstorm. Okay. I think Thalia make food, hold up food next turn is good enough. We do have the Green Suns, which is nice. Dreadhorde. Okay, that's pretty good. I could also Green Suns for Scavenging Ooze and hold up. I don't mind that. We wastelanded one Volk, and then we wastelanded nothing. I believe they hit one of our wastelands. I think it is Screws. I think Screws is the way to win. I don't think Thalia is the way to win. I guess food does beat Bolt Dreadhorde Bolt. They have 2 cards. We know they have days. I guess they could lose the days after the brainstorm. I like the Screws plays around days. That's why I like going for Green Suns for 2. Nice. I could make a food, but I really just want to negate this Dreadhorde Arcanist, so they can't like bolt and then attack and bolt. Ah, there we go. Yeah, another Volk's in exile. Thank you for that. So there's Chained Lightning. Interesting. I am still going to eat something here, and I'm just going to eat the Hooting Mandrills. Oh, attack me. Okay. Delver. Hooray! Nice! Put on top, put on top. We can draw into that. Draw first. I get to draw Green Suns, which I can go and get Dried Arbor. It kind of does the same thing, which is nice, except the Dried Arbor is in the bin. I didn't realize that. That's my bad. Yeah, in that case, I should have definitely kept the Noble Hierarch. Oh, no flip? Wow. Library's pretty big for them. Put on top. I can play around days, which is nice, so I will put... I'll put this on top and then the Hex Drinker on top, because I can draw into that. So let's go blue, green, green, blue, Uro, Exile Sword, Wasteland, Leo. They've already I've already used the Screws, so I can exile creatures. Gain 3. And then I think it's just create another food here. Oh, I can also exchange. That's actually pretty interesting. I think exchanging the Delver here is better because then I don't lose to Bolt and Delver in the air. They only have 1 Volk left as well, so I can't die to double Bolt, which is really nice. Interesting, they just paid a bunch. I know Noble's on top as well, so the Delver won't flip. Wow, Uro here just so good. Alright, Rug. Rug's always interesting. I think it might just be the parts, and I'll drop down on Collector Oof and Cradle. I don't think I want the Plague Engineers, but they're interesting, I will say. So naming Wizard stops Dreadhorde and an unflipped Delver. And then the Death Touch is just nice against Tarmogoyf and Hooting Mandrills. So there's some thought to it. Knight of Autumn I don't mind, but I think because Skyclave is also an answer to Sylvan Library, I don't need the Knight. So I might just get the Plague Engineer. I also have Uro as a Green Sun's target for gain life, so I don't think I need that for the for that. Sylvan Library is also interesting as well, but I think because this is the card that I really need to keep up with the value lines of Rug, I don't mind having two. It also means that if one gets countered, I still have one, which is really nice. I think that's it. I don't think this is a matchup where I want the Nissa or the Meddling Mages. See how this goes. I don't want the ley lines either. I really want a Mana Dork start against Delver. Be really nice to play against be really nice to dun 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 dun. I've just lost my train of thought. Apologies. Yeah, get ahead on days, but I actually don't mind this hand. It has access to basics early on, and then the Misty for Oko. So like, I'm gonna keep this. It's a little bit heavy, but I don't mind it, especially seeing the first two turns are gonna be just basics. Ponder's fine. Let's see what Ponder does. Ponder Shuffle would be great to see. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. This pile does not play Basic Island, and thank you for referring to it as a pile. I think I'm happy just to fetch for a basic here to play around Stifle, because that would really hurt us, especially with so many 3-drops in hand, and just go for planes here and pass. If they play a Dreadhorde, I'm also happy just to untap, play a land, and then Swords to play around Days. Because I really don't want the Swords to be taken out by Days. I don't have a great turn 2 play, so... That's pretty interesting. I feel like this Green Suns could just be a throwaway into a mana-producing creature. Because if it survives, then playing around Days the following turn is really nice with all these 3-drops. So I am just going to cast this off for a Noble. I guess there's some thought to, instead of getting a Noble Hierarch or Birds, getting a Dryad Arbor, because it means they can't hard cast Days. It means they have to just either spend a waste on a bolt on it, so I don't mind that. It also means we can still hold up Swords if we really need to. Like a bolt hitting this is more than fine. It's a bolt that isn't hitting Skyclave Apparition or Oko, which is nice. Thalia. I think here it's just taking out the Oko. But sadly it'll also take us off the Tundra. I want to get Tundra because it's blue and it's also double white. I'm going to force this, okay? I guess the nice thing about Maverick is that you can just 6 a lot of your turns. F6 is a lot of value, especially on MTGO where the clock is really relevant. Wonder if we'll see Bolt on Dryad Arbor here. Looks like a Hooting Mandrills. Okay. That's fair. opponent thinking? Maybe they have like surgical? Thinking if they want to surgical something out of our bin. Submerge. Okay, that's actually pretty good. We draw this. Kind of have to take out the Hooting Mantles here. And just pass. This is the sort of value that I'm talking about where Maverick can have a tough time. Even if we get the Skyclave down and deal with the Oko, they're going to have probably multiple 3/3s by that point that then we have to deal with as well. So you can see we're keeping a hand with 3 3-drops and no way to really pump them out is pretty tough. And sadly here it's just holding up path on one of the 3/3s, which doesn't seem great. If I'm playing the Thalia, then I'm even further behind on Oko. Don't really want to go to 6. No basics in the deck, which is nice. Yeah. This also turns off the Thalia, which is pretty good. This is an interesting one. It could be the Dreadhorde, but I think Oko is just too big. Yeah, they have the bolt. So now we have to bolt here, but just way too far behind, especially on the draw. On the play, I don't think I'll change anything. Just have one last look. I could see myself taking out an Oko. As good as Oko is, in this matchup it's a little bit tough, and I think it's one of the lesser great 3-drops. Yeah, Leo's pretty interesting. Maybe Leo is the cut, especially seeing it's also the it's reliant on the one Bayou. I do like trying to lower the curve somewhere against this deck, but maybe it is the Leo. Maybe this is fine. Oh, this is actually 59. What else did we cut? That's interesting. Oh, we didn't put anything in, that's why. Hey Punches, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? I think it might just be the other Engineer. Even though that goes against everything that I was just saying, I don't think any of these cards are better. Maybe Knight of Autumn. Yikes. Okay, we'll keep this. And it's interesting to know what I want to keep. I think it's Oko. I think it might be Thalia, but if the Noble goes, then I kind of want to carry on with Thalia, so we're definitely keeping it. I think it's Skyclave. Hey, thanks Donuts. I think this is okay because even if the Noble doesn't survive, we have a turn 2 play in Thalia and then a 3-drop in Uro, which can be cast even with nothing on the board, which is nice. Delver's okay. I don't mind Thalia now, because now we have the land for Oko. Blazing Volley's a pretty big blowout, but then we still have the third land for either Uro or Oko. I could see slamming Oko as well. Obviously the earlier it's down the better. No Guts, no Glory. Days, okay. A little bit late for my opponent, thankfully. They're attacking Oko, that's interesting. Maybe they have Bolt. They're going to preordain first. Hopefully you see a bottom. Two cards on top, okay. Hey Matt, how'd you go in your matchup? I assume you finished your second game. Opponent having a good think. Ah. Interesting. Double Delver. Beat Rug round 1 and Snow round 2. Nice. Very cool. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Double Delver is a little bit scary. Yeah, I saw you playing around some cool decks on MTGO, on our Twitter. Submerge this now. At the end of my draw step, that's interesting. So they want me to not draw it? We know they have days as well. I do want the shuffle of Green Suns. Hexdrink is actually pretty interesting. Obviously not against an Oko. It might just be Birds because Birds can block a Delver down the line. And I can also try to make them go here. They did preordain top, so I assume this Delver flips into a Brainstorm. Skylasher wins here. Skylash is pretty sweet. Yep. There's a Swords. I kind of feel like I have to throw this Uro down. I know they had a daze, they did Brainstorm, but I feel like they still have it. Thalia really just puts us behind, unfortunately. It could just be Swords eat a food. I don't mind that. We're also pretty high up, so I'm just going to get that daze out of the hand. Or not, okay. Double Delver starts are pretty scary though. Interesting to still see Submerge, even though a lot of the depth decks have moved towards those rainbow lands. I assume there's still enough in the format to warrant it. Try to deal with this Oko. Yeah, Goyf is pretty big. We haven't seen one here, but I assume there's somewhere. Dreadhoard's really good. So the Delvers in play are real threats that are dealing 6 a turn. The Dreadhorde here is just digging, which is still pretty bad, but I feel like the sword really has to start mitigating the pressure. The food's only going to do so much. But I feel like if this Dreadhorde hits just once, we've definitely lost the game. There are ways to get out of the Insectile. Yeah, so I think we just go Thalia first. Plays around any sort of counter magic. Any fetch gets Uro back? Yeah, okay, that's true. They're gonna force this, that's interesting. Hit this. Just gonna crack a food now, and then just 6. Yeah, the force was great. I don't think Thalia was doing that much, to be fair. We got a 4. I have 1 card left. Suns. I think it is just cast Uro still. Can we draw into a land as well? No. I guess we lose the bolt either way, so I might as well attack the Oko. Interesting, not even allowing me to trade. Yeah. Rough. Not much I could do there, unfortunately. The Paths and Swords are nice, but they're really our only way to win in the air. We're not playing Scrib Ranger, so we don't have a great flyer to deal with Delver, or at least hold it off. But Delver's gonna delve you sometimes. Still a pretty cool game. Pretty back and forth. Obviously Submerge there was pretty huge as well. Hey Slasher, yeah, really close. Some good back and forth. Always interesting with Green Suns, and obviously with Uro as well. FKJ French multi-instrumentalist. His sound is great. I'll have to check him out. Thanks, Punches. But yeah, I feel against Rug, maybe the curve in this deck is just too high, because there were a few matches there where I just had a hand of 3-drops that was pretty appealing, but just didn't really line up well against Rug's Mana Denial plan. Especially going after Mana Dorks early on and then Wasteland just carrying on. It's pretty easy for Rug to land an early threat and then just disrupt us from casting anything for the rest of the match. Yeah, thankfully just had enough, but not too good. Yeah, Stoneforge does lower the curve. And Stoneforge in this deck is pretty nice as well, because it's extra the equipment, if they are going to be just on the field late game, you do have more options with Oko as well. But I'm not too sure what I would cut if I played Stoneforge. I'd definitely trim down, like Leo isn't needed, Knight of Autumn can go to the board because of Skyclave. I just like Knight because it is a Green Sun's target. Obviously you have to naturally draw the Skyclaves. Probably go down on Mana Dorks as well, which is kind of nice. Go down to like a Mana Dork. Hey Yihue, welcome. But yeah, it would be cool to find a BANT version that does do it. I think I saw you, Matt, play a version that was pretty sweet. If I played Stoneforge Mystic, it's interesting. I don't think Maverick needs the Batterskull, but I feel like if you're playing Stoneforge Mystic, you might as well play the Batterskull, especially in some matchups where, you know, against Rug Game 1, it's not too bad outside of Oko. And there's a few matchups where the life gain can be really relevant. Jide, definitely. And then I'm not sure if I'd play a Sword in the main or sideboard, but sort of Fire and Ice does seem pretty good. Even just the ability to start drawing cards and dealing some damage to creatures is pretty nice. So I know Matt went with 3 Stoneforge, 3 equipment in Jide, Batterskull, and sort of Fire and Ice. And I think I played a list that played Cradle, and then 2 Stoneforge, Jide, sort of Fire and Ice, and Batterskull. Just because without Cradle, sometimes Batterskull can get caught in your hand, which is a nice reason to play 3 or 4 Stoneforge. But with Cradle, you do have the ability just to hardcast it a little bit easier. But yeah, I really want to find more room for Mum, but it's getting really tough to fit stuff in Maverick. You want to have a really nice Green Suns package. You want to have some amount of consistency in, you know, Knight, Sylvan Library, and Green Suns. You know, Once is obviously a pretty cool card as well. Thalia is pretty good. I'm a pretty big fan of keeping with 4 Thalia instead of trimming down to 3. But it's always tough. No, I don't have playsets. I did have some nice starts of just turn 1 Mana Dork into turn 2 Oko, which is nice. But it's pretty tough because Rug can deal with Oko pretty well, especially through Bolt, Arcanist, and Delver. So then to leave you with 3/3s is pretty tough. The 3-2 split was mainly a consideration to the black in Leovold and Plague Engineer. It's also nice to just have 2 birds in case I need them against something like Marit Lage or Delver. It's good against Plague Engineer as well, which is kind of nice. But I did have a 4-1 split. Actually, I had a 3-3 split. I was playing 6, but I wanted to make room for the mums. So I cut a bird and I cut an Oko, going down to 2. Yeah, that's what we were thinking. We were thinking about the I think it was Dryad Arbor or Noble Hierarch. We had the Thalia, but we just thought that the big blowout is that, or if you take us off mana and we can't cast the Oko through the our own Thalia, which is pretty tough. There was a few times there where Thalia did tax us from casting our own Oko, but that's just going to happen sometimes. But yeah, Delver Flipped is pretty rough because I used to be swords on spot with Delver, but now with Arcanist in the deck and a few other creatures that just have a bit more value, I usually let the first Delver hit a few times before I really dedicate a swords or a part to it, because usually if you swords the Delver and then they play an Arcanist, you're just going to lose on the spot. So you really need to use your life as a bit more of a resource than usual against Rug than, you know, prior lists with things like Nibble Mongoose. Which is tough because then once the Rug Delver player knows that this Delver's going to make it, they just start countering everything and just protecting it. So that's where Skyclave is nice as well, but obviously against Rug it can be tough as well because you have a few ways to deal with Skyclave. I think the best card that you played in those two matchups was Submerge. Just the tempo was huge, and being taken off mana was pretty big. Very cool card. Just one left, nice. So there's Matt, Slasher of course, Wombo Combo, nice. I've actually never seen the prizes for this. Oh, this is where you get QPs. Interesting. I've been grinding leaks for QPs. I haven't been grinding leaks for QPs, but I never knew you got so many for doing well in these events. That's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. It's so good. There was an interesting play that you made. You had double Delver and you submerged my Noble after I drew. Was there a reason you did it before I drew instead of making me draw the Noble? I'm sure there's something else missing. Hey Sophie, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I guess I was going to play a green-white version today that I was working on somewhere here. Let's quickly find it. Might just be this one. No, that's old. Green Maverick 2. No, that's not it. Green-white Alex? No. California, just getting into have Merfolk in paper. Very nice. With what version of Merfolk do you have? Like the classic all-in on combat damage, or are you playing the Thassa's Oracle version? Maybe it's up top. Green, white Maverick. Paradox Shift? Nice. Very cool. That's sick. It is one of them. Maybe it's Paradigm Shift. There we go. Nice, that's very cool. Hey Chard, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? This is closer to what I had in green-white, but this is obviously 62. This is like a humans-based list that plays Thalia Hereticathar, which I thought was pretty cool, but... where is it? Green-white Depths, green-white Mav... It's got to be one without a exclamation point. It's just not here. I've just lost my deck. Bant Blade, nice. Bant Loam, no. Bant, Once Upon a Time. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, cool. Yeah, Matt22 is good. Good luck, Slasher. Good luck, Matt. Hopefully see you in chat after your matches. Blue Red Delver, very cool. What is your threat base in Blue Red Delver chart? We were on the play in the first 2 games, which is really nice. So hopefully on the play again in this one. Hey, there we go. Up against Tony. Interesting hand. The dried up is a little bit rough, but we have a turn 1 sword into turn 2 Thalia, which I don't mind. I think this is good to go, but the dried up, it does make it a little bit rough. Windswept Heath Pass is probably the fairest start you can have in Magic. Can anyone think of a fairer start in Legacy than Windswept Heath Pass? Maybe Plains Pass. I guess Windswept Heath could be maybe Loam, where it's got a little bit more play to it. Basic Forest Pass. Yeah, that could be Cloud Post. That could be Cloud Post holding up crop rotation. Always Forest Go. Okay, maybe I'm in the I gotta stand back here. I guess even like basic mountain could be some sort of snow deck. And I guess basic forest is a lot different to basic snow forest. Or snow covered forest. Hey Kujo, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? The sad thing is, if this is Miracles, then these 5 aren't going to be doing too much this game. Yeah, that's very true, Sophie. I think Elves would always have a turn 1 play. It'd be pretty tough to keep a hand that doesn't have one. I'm assuming the only time you would keep an Elves turn with a 0. Oh, basic mountain. Speaking of basics, no turn 1 play would be something like fetch for Dried Arbor, then untap and cradle. Cradle go, lol. Okay, let's go get Savannah and cast Thalia. Nice. Cradle Go is pretty funny. Legacy Burn, very cool. Have you played any new cards due to some of the life gain coming into Legacy? I saw that it's not Pillar of Flame, there's another one like it that deals 2 damage to a creature at instant speed and exiles. I'm trying to think of what it is, but is it Magma Spray? Yeah, Magma Spray is pretty cool because it does deal with Uro. You can Magma Spray it, and then when it triggers and dies, it actually exiles the Uro, which is kind of cool. They do gain the 3. I'm assuming there's better cards like Sulfuric Vortex, but pretty cool to know that Magma Spray does deal with Uro to some capacity. Magus of the Moon here would be pretty strong, but of course they don't have the mana here for it. And they have played a land, so they could have Simian Spirit Guide into Magus. But otherwise, we're looking okay. Also, if I get to Wasteland this Ancient Tomb, I'll be pretty happy. It is tough though, because if I do draw into a land, I think I'm more happy to play Knight than Wasteland my opponent, but maybe chat can... Yeah, so I think here I'm happy just to go Dried Arbor. Wasteland my opponent. Ancient Tomb just so strong for these decks. You really have to make sure that you're getting rid of it. as soon as possible if you don't have a better line. A small thing here is that we don't have swords up for Magus. Flooded Strand, Caracas, Snow-Covered Plains. That's an interesting one. Round 1 we played against a blue-white moat deck with like a Sharkstill deck, so it could be Sharkstill. Ooh, just Cleansing Wildfire, interesting. Sylvan Library, rough. I'm gonna hold up the swords rather than attack with the Dryad Arbor. I'm not too sure what their name was that we played against. Great Furnace pretty nice because it is also adding to the Mox effect of Metalcraft. Really need to find a land here for a knight. A fetch would be great because it makes the knight a 5/5. We could also find a basic forest. Oh, they're playing Gamble. Ah, this makes me think they're on Painter. Ruby Medallion. Interesting. Maybe this is like Ruby Storm. And in that case, I'd probably rather be attacking with my creatures than holding up swords to plowshares. I don't think Ruby Storm is played in any of the painter decks or mono red. Ah, haha. Yeah, pretty interesting. Usually plays cards like bonus round and Reforge the Soul, I believe it's called. Here's 4 mana. Okay, that's not too bad because we have the backup Thalia here. Savannah, that's nice. I still think Thalia is just key here. I think Thalia does a lot more to allow us not to lose the game this turn than Knight does. Interesting card. Burning Wish. Okay. Sorcery. Hopefully not like I guess I only have 1 mana left, but I hope it's not Blazing Volley. Flame Slash. Okay, that's fine. Can we draw Wasteland? Wasteland would be sweet here. Oko can turn these into 3/3s, which is actually pretty interesting. Because it would also turn off the Mox Opal from being like 1 away from being able to turn on. So I could attack for 2 first. I don't mind Oko. Attack with Thalia first. Target artifact or creature loses all abilities and becomes a green elk creature. Yeah, I think that's actually the better play. Because it kind of takes them off 2 sources of damage. It also takes them off a red, which is pretty relevant here, where they're kind of stuck on the mountain. Hey Hobo, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Well, there's a second red. Flame Slash. Hopefully not a ritual. Random stuff, very cool. Are you from Vancouver? Nice. It is a ritual. Collector Oof would have been really nice here as well. Gamble. Bonus round in the bin. LED. Are they going for an Echo? Or maybe Reforge? Thankfully, it looks like they don't have another... Yeah. Well, they're going to play Echo. That's pretty fine. Pretty crappy hand, but we can draw into Green Suns for Collector Oof, which would do a hell of a lot. See if our opponent can do anything this turn. 2 floating, 7 in hand. I can only assume my opponent is, yeah, putting together a win in their hand. Okay, that's not too bad. The Metamorphose does draw them another card, but they played a mountain for turn. Another LED. They didn't float with the Mox. Interesting. Green Suns, Caracas. Okay. I feel like I want to elk one of these cards, and I think it's the Ruby. Dampening Sphere I've seen on and off in some D&T lists as sideboard cards. I think it's the Ruby here that I hit. It also turns off the Mox Opal, which is nice. I really don't care about the LED because if they're echoing, then I'd like to echo this hand. Oh, we can't see the impulse? Okay. Ah, interesting. So I'm not too sure what popped up there. Three mana. Ah, they were behind chat. Apologies. They were Mox Opal, Metamorphose, and Ancient Tomb. So here they are. Now we see Burning Wish, Jeskai's Will. Interesting. And Rider Flame. Here is Jeskai's will, if you can read it. Choose one. If you control a commander, as you cast a spell, you may choose both. So for 2 and a red, you can add red for each card in target opponent's hand, so 4 red. Or you can exile the top 3 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. The one card that I'm looking for is just Green Suns or Collector Oof. I think that pretty much ends this game. Outside of a Burning Wish for removal, but they've already gone for Flame Slash of Burning Wish, so I'm not sure if they have something else. Okay, so they're going for mana. And now they're Burning Wishing. Maybe something like Empty? Or Past in Flames? Peer into the Abyss. Okay. Oh, they got a 2. Alright. Oh, they got a 1? Rough. I'm not too sure how they win, so I guess we'll see. I know there's a little like bonus round and stuff. So they get a bunch of mana. It could be Grape Shot. They're also playing Metamorphose and a bunch of artifact lands, so they could have Tendrils as a hit. It was BANT Show and Tell? Interesting. I am just gonna 6 here. I do have the swords, but I think just the birds in the air is lethal. So if we do get a turn, then that is it. But I don't think we are. Astrolabe, Uro, Oko, and Show and Tell in the same deck makes me kind of shiver. This is definitely a matchup where I like the Deafening Silences, the Gaddock Teeg, and the Meddling Mages. I think we can easily take out the Swords to Plowshares. The Ramanap, I think, is probably overkill. Leyline seems pretty good. I assume Leyline hits more than just... I guess it hits Echo, and it hits Rite of Flame. And it probably hits some other things. They're getting Empty the Warrens, but that's not a win unless they have... Okay, they have Tendrils. Tendrils does it. I know there's another card that gives all your creatures haste, which I think is a line through Empty. Or they have a card that deals damage equal to the number of creatures or goblins you control. Alright, so we definitely like Deafening Silence and these. I don't like swords. Leo seems pretty good. Uro can probably come out. Ramanap can most likely come out. Oko I can probably drop down on. Knight seems great. Sylvan Library seems pretty good. It seems like I can be pretty aggressive with Sylvan Library. But I'm not too sure how good Leyline is. Goblin Warstrike? That's it. Skyclave seems fantastic. Same with Knight of Autumn and Oko. That's a good way to deal with onboard threats. Questing Beast. Hextrigger still seems fine. It's just an early aggressive creature. Leo seems great. Oof seems great. Ooze is interesting. I feel like Deafening Silence is my answer to the Echo lines. So maybe I don't need the ley lines. Maybe I'll just bring in the one ley line. I don't mind this. I really like this package, so I'm going to submit this. And this hand is good. It doesn't have a green source though, otherwise it's fantastic. There is some thought to keeping this because it has Deafening Silence into Wasteland, and then I can buy time to draw into my green source for these three. What does chat think? Keep or die? Silence is really good. I mean, Silence is literally making me keep this hand, I think. Especially Silence into Wasteland. Yeah, I'm not sure what the out to Silence would be either. Outside of something like Ratchet Bomb. Even drawing into Thalia is really live, which is nice. Chaos Warp, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Hey Tim Grant, welcome. Hope you're well. We're currently in match 2 against Ruby Storm. I have definitely made some Card Kingdom orders after a few drinks, and then have woken up to the surprise of, oh, I got these? Okay. Which is pretty funny. Great Furnace LED. Okay. Nice. Probably just go for Trop here. Bird. And then next turn we can play Collector Oof, which is why I didn't want to Wasteland, because next turn we can go Green Suns for 2 for Collector Oof, and then Wasteland a non-artifact land, hopefully. They could have Wear Tear? Yeah, that's interesting. Ooh, just a pass. Interesting. Oh, they're 6ing. This seems pretty good. I guess I could have played the Wasteland and used that to Green Suns, and then use the Bird or the Trop to play the Noble Hierarch. So that's a small misplay. I apologize for that. But at least now we get to untap and... Nice. Okay, Noble. Thalia. Cradle. Questing Beast. Look at this. Look at this. Attack for 6. Too good. Too good. I'm out. I'm out. I'm kidding. Land off the top was clutch. Opponent still, you know, they're on 9 minutes, so they obviously think they have an out, which is nice. Okay, they don't. Nice. Just run this back. A little bit risky, but obviously you got to risk it for the biscuit, and it paid off there nicely, which is good. Opponent probably boarding for Deafening Silence. Obviously a really good card in the matchup, but not something that I can rely on. I really want to have a hand that has Deafening Silence into something like Thalia, Collector Ufel Teeg. Yeah, Ruby Storm is really cool. Obviously not, it's probably one of the least known Storm variants, but really cool to see. Obviously, Ruby Medallion, most people wouldn't even know as a card in Magic, and it's a pretty big staple in this deck. Do we get the one ley line? That's the big question. Yeah, the only reason that I don't like PE is that I think a lot of my Hate Bears and Deafening Silence stop the empty lines, which is pretty nice. So things like Gaddock Teeg, Meddling Mage, Deafening Silence. Obviously even Thalia makes it a little bit more difficult, but there is some thought to it, definitely. This is interesting. This is a turn 1 Noble into a turn 2 Thalia and Wasteland. I feel like this is okay, even though it doesn't have a turn 1 play that's going to be disruptive. It does have Thalia into Wasteland, so I'm going to keep this. It also has Skyclave for something like a Ruby Medallion or a Mox. Interesting. This might just be an echo. It is. Yikes. Okay. Not too bad, but obviously pretty slow. Yeah, I mean, seeing 14 cards is obviously pretty powerful, especially in a deck with so many rituals and free mana spells like Petals and LED. Always scary as well with my opponent thinking here of what the line is to win. It might just be empty. Forge. Interesting. Yikes, this is a pretty terrible hand. Definitely one of the downsides of not playing a Force deck in Legacy is you do have games like this, but it is what it is. Yeah, there were some old BANT decks that weren't necessarily Maverick, but had Force of Will in the sideboard, which is pretty cool. I don't think the blue count in this deck is obviously high enough for that, but it would be interesting to see that as a possibility one day. I guess Mindbreak Trap is kind of Maverick's Force of Will. Burning Wish. Using all their mana, interesting. I'm trying to think if... I think Wasteland next turn is better than anything else, because I don't think Noble Pass is that great. Act on Impulse. Okay. There's the ley line. Opponent has 6 cards and one is Act on Impulse. Another tomb. Another ruby, wow. I guess I could go for empty here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I have to respect empty more and play the plagues. Nice. GG's. We currently 1-2. Got up against Standstill or Sharkstill, and we're down to Rog and Ruby Storm just then. But yeah, I think maybe just not knowing the matchup and sideboarding into the plagues is a lot better, and actually giving it a bit more respect than just bringing in the meddling mages and the Teegs to hopefully shut it down. But otherwise, a lot of outs, which is nice. Just the one match left, which is nice. I'm gonna quickly get a drink. I'll be back in a second. Nice. Yeah, I do have to respect the goblins. On the play, which is nice. Okay. I don't mind this hand. Not too sure what Boland is on. But yeah. No, that's on me. I think the one ley line was probably a mistake. I think the one engineer is much nicer. Just to know you have an out in the deck to empty is really nice. These have gone pretty quick, which is kind of nice. I like Misty Pass because it plays around Wasteland. Mana Confluence, okay. Most likely looking at Rainbow Depths. I'll go for Bayou here, because the next turn Tundra turns on both Leovold and Skyclave. Opponent looking to... surely not to counter this. Mana Confluence and blue. No. Crop Rot? Okay. Maybe into Urborg, so they can untap, play Hex Mage, Dark Depths. The double queued? Okay. At least it's only stage for now. Ramanap's quite nice. I'm going to go for Leovold off a Tundra. Black, blue, green. Next turn we can Ramanap, get back the Misty, which is pretty nice. They could just have Dark Depths here pass, which is kind of scary. Yeah. And then it's going to make it. They're going to play Hex Mage. Interesting. Okay. I guess this leaves them up a mana. Yeah, I feel like I have to attack with both creatures and see how they block. Because if I attack with just the Thalia, they probably don't block. Please block Thalia. It's pretty dire either way. Ah, yep. Path is good. Plague's pretty good, especially if they're playing Safekeeper sideboard. I can't pay for it because it costs 4 through Thalia. So I need Thalia to die, and then I can cast Oko for 3. Yeah. This is an interesting matchup. Oko is pretty useless. Sorry, Leovold's pretty useless. Hex is interesting as just an early threat. I don't mind cutting down on some amount of Thalia. If not all. Would just be the second library. Could just be one Thalia in. It's not the worst on the play. Teeg does stop Another's World, but I think that's really it. And it does turn off our own Green Suns, which is kind of unfortunate. I'm pretty happy with this. I think my best draw there would have been Birds of Paradise. I guess an actual out, but Birds allows me to play Ramanap, get a land back, play Bird, and then untap with 4 mana. This is pretty sweet, I'll keep this. Turn 1 Green Suns. Into turn 2 Knight. Cool. Herborg, okay. I still think Knight's just best here, off a... probably just Wasteland. That's pretty nice. Just attack for 2 and then hold up Swords and Knight. Petals okay. Okay. Dark Depths is fine. Just gonna sack this for Caracas. Swords on Hex, they sack and hit. We have Wasteland, we have Karakas, and other swords. I could take out the pedal here, which I don't mind. Tundra. Hit this. Attack with Knight for 5. Dress is pretty good. I think he would just swing for 7. I don't believe we have to keep back the Knight. Interesting. I'm not too sure what their out here is. Just attack with a Knight, puts it at lethal. Yeah, nice. I think just running this back is good enough. I don't think Meddling Mage is that key to this matchup. I think the matchup is pretty solid for us. Having Swords, Knight, Wasteland, Mana Acceleration, ramming up, ways to gain life. If you really wanted to, you could go after like crop rotation and a few things, but we'll see how that goes. Hey Anzi, a huge thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Anzi's stream. My name is Dukes on Twitch. I run thegreensonzenith.com. I usually stream twice a week, but with Christmas around, I'm streaming a little bit more. We're currently playing the Legacy Prelim. I'm 1-2. We got up against blue Jeskai Sharkstill and went down to Rugdelver and Mono Red Storm. And now we're 1-1 against Bowland on what looks to be just a Rainbow Depths deck, which is pretty sweet. Hope you're all well. Auntie, if you're here, what did you just play? How did you go? This is an interesting one. It is a turn 2 Knight still with Green Sun, so I'm pretty happy to keep this. All the cards are pretty relevant against depths. Inquisition. This will be interesting to see what they take. I'm going to assume it's the Path. but you never know. They take the green suns, interesting. So they take the acceleration. Yikes. Noble is pretty sweet. Yeah, to be fair, looking back, Green Suns does slow down the hand a lot. They're also on a one-lander, which is interesting. So if I can get Knight into play next turn, I'll be very happy, but it looks like we're going to get probably Knight Thoughtseize tier. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Hey Tom, welcome. I hope you're well. This is actually an interesting one. So I can either play Ramanap and get back the Windswept Heath, or I can start taxing my opponent, seeing they're on one land. It does tax them on things like Sylvan Scrying, which is kind of nice. Also, of course, crop rotation. I think I actually don't mind just going for Thalia here and attacking with Hierarch. And, you know, I can still make my land drop this turn, so maybe next turn if I don't run to a land, then Ramanap's going to be the play. But a bold hand from my opponent, the one lander with 3 pieces of, yikes. Okay. Well, I guess I could have Elvish Spirit Guide, so I don't want to waste land right now. I could do it in their draw step if I really wanted to. But I'll play out Ramanap. We'll attack for 3 with Thalia. And then I think if I'm going to Wasteland, I'm going to Wasteland in their upkeep, but there's a part of me that wants to keep the Wasteland for now. But I think I am in a position where I do want to use this Wasteland just on their mana because of Thalia, because of the ability to get it back with Ramanap. So I am actually going to do it now, before they draw. And they don't have Elvish Spirit Guide or Crop, so that's pretty nice. They could have Surgical and Wasteland, which would be a bit of an issue, but I assume these decks are just playing Needle, so yeah. Unfortunately, my opponent probably kept a pretty gas hand and just needed that one land, but didn't get it. So we are 2-2, which I assume means we can just drop here. If I finish my round. Oh, there's 9? No. Oh no, that's yeah, cool. Okay. It's round 4. It is just a yeah, I've actually never played a prelim here, so I assume that I can just drop from the event. Or do I have to stay in until this actually finishes? I guess I can just start a league, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, let's go straight into a league. Looking back at the deck, I was pretty happy with it. I'm not too sure if I am that big on the Black Splash. It is nice to have Plague in the board. I don't think I need the Leovold. So I probably don't mind going back to an extra Mana Dork. I know that, Tom, if you're in chat, you're not a big fan of Birds of Paradise, but this deck is probably going to be playing the full 3. Yeah. I really like that acceleration, especially in a Rug metagame right now. I think this is pretty solid. 3 birds is a violation? I apologize. Yeah, just because I am a massive fan of 3-drops in the in the BANT version, so having that access to 7 ways to accelerate your mana on turn 1 is really nice. And then thankfully with cards like Oko, we do have ways to actually turn those mana dorks into threats in the late game. This isn't like a Stoneforge Mystic build, so we can't actually attack with equipped mana dorks, but we can attack with 3/3s, which is kind of nice. There was also some consideration to move Knight of Autumn to the board because we have Skyclave Apparition, but I do really like the, you know, having 5 copies of Knight thanks to Green Sun Zenith, so I think I might just try this build and see how this goes through a league. Legacy, we're playing a Legacy League. Play points. Nice. Very cool. Celia, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. I think the bird is an OG All-Star. Even though there might be others that don't enjoy it as much. Yeah, so the one reason that I like birds over Noble with the Black Splash is that against decks like Maverick or DNT or Goblins that run a lot of Wastelands or Rishon Imports, means that I do want, hopefully, some extra mana dorks that can actually produce black for Plague Engineer in games 2 and 3. That's probably my main reason to run the birds over Nobles. Hey Wombo Combo. Did your mum win? Did you go 4-0? It's interesting that 4-0 and 4-0 sounds pretty close. I don't think that's a coincidence. Hey, nice. Good on you. That's really good. Interesting. So we're playing against Yorion, which I assume is going to be Death and Taxes. Which obviously Collector Oof isn't the worst against if they're starting on a Vial start, but otherwise this hand is pretty medium, so I'm going to mulligan to hopefully a more aggressive start. And this is it. I'm going to keep this in bottom 1 Thalia. Although I would love a second. Oh, it's just going to be snow. Okay. Well. I'm just going to go Savannah. I could play Hex, but I think just going for Dried Upper here is fine. Just to build out my mana. Hopefully no Fatal Push. Uro is the best card, changed my mind. It is pretty strong, I will give you that. Astrolabe, that's fine. Do they have another land? Surely. Best legacy card, excuse me? Okay, Wombo. What do you think is the best modern card right now? Sworn Library is actually pretty huge here. So I'm pretty keen to get Library on board. Uro? Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Uro is pretty good. Feels like a Fatal Push, okay. Thoughtseize, okay. Probably taking Thalia here. But you never know. Nice. Take QB, interesting. Abrupt Account Sylvan Library. It's pretty strong. Oko's pretty good, but sadly no mana for it. Dead of Winter would be pretty brutal here. I guess I need another land for it. really looking for probably just a fetch land off the top to get this Oko into play. Because I was really relying on that Sylvan Library for some amount of card advantage. There it is. Another basic. Ice Fang's fine. Alright. I guess that's pretty good with Yorion. Uro's pretty strong. Interesting, they could have actually gone for Yorion this turn, and with me tapped out, they could have definitely drawn 2 cards here, but... Second Wasteland's actually pretty nice. I think I want to save the swords for the Yorion, so I want to just attack with the food and the Thalia here. I am more than fine with this. I don't think I was happy with trading the Arbor, because I still am pretty low on mana here. I want to be able to cast my threats if I draw into a knight. I'm probably happy to actually trade the Ice Fang here, because it's one less card they can flicker with Yorion. Just so much value coming out of this deck. It's so hard for Maverick to keep up with. The decay on the Silver Library is huge, because Silver Library is usually my best card. Just the ability to make multiple land drops out of, or at least multiple spells out of one card. I don't mind just Knight here and hold up swords. Drown on the lock? Yeah. I think it's better just saving time for these next 2 games. Which is still going to be really tough. I like the Plagues because they deal with Ice Fangs and they also have to be answered. I do like Nissa. It's tough because I do need the swords for Uros. But I don't want to have too many. Collector Oof can come out. I'm going to drop 1 Knight. 1 Thalia. Maybe even just like... Knight might be better than Thalia number 3, or number 4, sorry. I think this is fine. I don't think it's a Meddling Mage matchup just because of the amount of removal they have. Fatal Push, Abrupt Decay, Oko, Dead of Winter, probably even Terminus or Supreme Verdict in these lists. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think there's one card that slows down the deck enough for Meddling Mage to have an impact. Which is really tough. It's this matchup is pretty much a case of our opponent getting unlucky and us getting very lucky for us to really steal it, because a deck like this just can't keep up with the value that they can generate, other than maybe keeping a Sylvan Library for a few turns. This is probably okay. Terminal Acceleration is really nice. Hey Thunder is Silence, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Yeah, unfortunately it's just a deck that just grinds so well that I have definitely tried more Sylvan Libraries, and usually they just get hit by Abrupt Decays, but it is obviously a really good card that you want to have in your opening hand most of the time. I'm happy not playing the fetch there because I don't believe they're a Bolt deck, so a 3/3 Knight or a 4/4 Knight doesn't have that much difference. Yeah, Vial's always interesting as well because I'm always tapping out, so it's always really tough to hold up Vial and also play the game that I want to play. Because it's a case of, is waiting a turn to hold up Vial better than just slamming something and trying to win with that? BUG is pretty good. Hey Bosch, thank you very much. We were over the prelim actually, we went 2-2, so this is actually just a Legacy League. Let me update that. We are definitely feels like a fatal push. Yeah. Skyclave, pretty poor here. But some pretty good games, which is nice. Oh, from Victoria? Very cool. How are you guys going with Paper Magic down there? I know you have a strong Eternal scene, but I'm not too sure if you guys have opened back up yet. Ah, Oko Manor. Nicely done, opponent. I'll eat Knight, and then I'll fetch just for a drop. And I'll eat the Fatal Push. Wasteland's interesting. They have 5 cards. Ah, you went to the Boxing Day event? Very cool. That's sick. I could slam Nissa here, but I assume with 5 cards in hand they do have some sort of removal. I mean, there's no better time, I guess. Yeah. Even back to basics here would be brutal. This deck is definitely more reliant on dual lands than most other Maverick decks. The only other line, if this Birds was a Noble Hierarch, is cast a Skyclave. If it gets countered, I can eat it and then attack for 5, which is lethal at the Oko. Actually, it wouldn't have been lethal. 4 or 5, yeah. Opponent having a pretty good think. Oh, until your next turn, okay. So this actually doesn't play around sorcery speed board wipes, which is interesting. Will they attack? If they do, we can Skyclave. I guess we can't Skyclave and Swords, which is pretty rough. Don't mind this position, but it's obviously pretty bad. Probably take the swords because of Plague Engineer. Okay. Just don't care. Very interesting. I don't think making this bigger is an issue. They currently have 2 cards in hand, one is Yorion. Maybe just attacking their life total is better than eating something out of their yard. This is nice because then I have the sword for the Yorion. Now I'm in a position where I kind of have to use the swords on a food, which is bad, and then I can't really play around Ice Fang Quaddle. I don't have the black either, even if I draw into Plague Engineer. Oh, but I do have Oko, that's interesting. Oko is actually really nice, because now I can turn my own dudes into 3/3s, and they don't get back the card under it, which is really nice. So thankfully there is no trigger, which is awesome. Yeah, I think I definitely want to hold the sword for as long as possible. Even in Ice Fang, I'm not too unhappy with Skyclave as a 3/3 trading with. We'll see what Preordain does. 1 top, 1 bottom. Feels like Abrupt Decay. Inquisition. Alright. I should definitely have attacked first. That's a huge no-bo from me. Attack first for 3 and then make it a 3/3. Yeah, that's poor play. Rough. Okay. Interesting. I thought you might attack first to get all information out of me and how I block and then brainstorm second main. Because if you use a removal spell on a creature of mine, I might have blocked with it anyway. Is it even worth blocking here? I don't think it is. I think we just lose the Oko. We could draw into another one, which is kind of nice, but... I don't think losing the Thalia puts us in a great position either. It's pretty good. Yorion's the last card in hand, and we have Sylvan Library coming down now. Yes, please. Probably should have used Noble just in case of something like Back to Basics. No reason not to keep it up. I'm not going to block with it, so... If I go to 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not looking great. I really need to use the canopy to try to draw into something. I guess, yeah. Can't really go to 6 either. I think it is. I'm kind of forced to find a removal spell for the Dreadhorde. Alright. My opponent does need like a fetch land to turn the Fatal Push on the Knight of the Reliquary, which is kind of nice. Two cards to my opponent. Ice Fang to draw into something. Plague's gonna be okay. Is Fatal Push... Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's just tough because now I need to block here. Can't kill the Dreadhorde. That's just game. I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, Snow really hard to keep up with, especially the Yorion based decks. The amount of value they can get out of it is just pretty unreasonable. Really does make me want to play more than just the 2 Sylvan libraries. Bug decks looks pretty cool though. Probably wouldn't play a Yorion deck in paper, but I'll definitely play one online. The shuffling definitely puts me off. I'll have to try Snow out sometime as well, because obviously you learn a lot from the deck just by playing it. And just understanding what the sort of key elements are. Especially with that bug list looked pretty strong. You don't get access to Swords to Plowshares, but Fatal Push is just such a good card. I think that was the first time we saw Mum as well, even though it didn't get on the stack. We haven't seen Mum in these 5 games. Which I guess is a 2 of you're going to come across, but it would be cool if we had a turn 1 play of a Mum. Biggest drawback is the sideboard doesn't fit in your standard D&T deck box. Yeah, that's fair enough. I guess you do need the 80 or 100 card deck boxes to get it in.
Be considered made.
Objection, modification.
Object.
Nice. Alright. This hand is okay. Double Mum's pretty nice. No shuffle, interesting. I still don't mind Bird here just to build up my mana, and then hopefully Mum next turn. Wasteland's pretty good. Interesting, just Wasteland pass. Probably happy with the days here. Really puts my opponent behind. Volk Bolt for Mum. Alright, I'm just gonna slam Oko. Nice. In a pretty nice spot. Arcanist is more than fine. Let's go for swords first. Force. Okay. Tick up on Dreadhorde. Play a land. I think just Canopy is fine. But Dried Arbor is also nice because it actually turns it on next turn. So I might play Dried Arbor this turn. I don't even have to worry about Dreadhorde and Bolt because Oko's at 7, which is nice. No blocks. Knight's pretty fantastic. Play a land. And then tap like this. I'm gonna tick up on the food and get in. I could be born patient there and leave the food back for the Dreadhorde. And maybe that's just a decision that I should definitely make. Daze is going to be fine. But they're going to fetch it away, which is interesting. There's also a world here where I block with the bird and then before damage sack the canopy to make the knight a 4/4. Because if I block with the knight and then make it a 4/4, it still dies to Bolt and it also dies to Oko. Block with both then? What's the line if you block with both? This feels like a Hooting Mandrills. Okay. Ooh, Skyclave's pretty good. Skyclave taking out the Insect Elaboration is pretty key. They have 0 cards in hand as well. But if I block with the knight as a 4/4, it then dies to Bolt after, or it dies to Oko, making it a 3 damage, a 3 creature with 3 damage on it. I have some interesting plays here. I think I'm happy just to Skyclave the Arbor and then just wasteland them now. Off the trop. Ponder's okay, what do you find? Chose not to shuffle, okay, must be pretty good. I can Cradle next turn for another knight, which is pretty awesome. Pretty happy for these to trade, but I think I want the mana next turn. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I do. Nice. And now we can go Saxav. Windswept. Ah, no. I meant to go for Cradle. 1, 2, 3. I guess I can still get Ooze, which isn't too bad. You can also go for Hex Drinker, which is pretty interesting. Maybe I'd just go for Hex Drinker. No, I like going for Scoos. Hey, Mr. Lee. Oh, a huge thank you for the gifted sub. That's really nice. I hope you're well. Oko is pretty good because it takes care of the knight. I really screwed up there with not getting the cradle and going for knight. Aussie. How many creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I can make the screws a 7/7. They don't hit it, which is interesting. Huh. I think then I just swing everything at Oko. Because even if they block Knight in a 3/3, 5 still gets through. I guess Face is a lot stronger and just not care about the Ooze. That's probably correct, but the Oko is just so good at taking over this game that I think I can afford these trades that aren't great. So I could try to draw a card off the Knight, but I think attacking here is just better. Not getting the second Knight really cost me. I am just dead to Bolt. Or pretty close to it. It is Bolt. Yeah, I played this horribly. I guess getting the second knight would have been elked anyway because the Skoos got elked, which is what I got otherwise, but it would have, yeah, been interesting. I think honestly you just attack with the insectile operation. I go to 6 and then you have 3 next turn and the bolt. There's probably a free attack in the Hooting Mandrills, but there's a world where I get rid of the Dreadhorde Arcanist with a Skyclave. Alright. Interesting. So we get a draw. Knight of Autumn. That's actually pretty interesting. Gains me some life. The issue is that if I block there, then I lose the knight, so I'll never have this knight. Because they did have the bolt for it. Gain 4. Yeah, so what happened was they attacked with their creatures, and then they got to finish off the Oko they were attacking with the lightning bolt. I guess maybe I could have kept the Oko, but I valued the knight over the Oko. I also get to double block the Hooting Mandrills here if they attack with it. And if not, I get to send back the team. And they have to block the 10/10, which means 5 free life. Or 5 damage goes through. Wow, they bolted that. That's interesting. Oh. How long have I been playing a Moto? That's a good question. I reckon when I started streaming. So I'm gonna say a few years. Maybe they want to double bolt me? Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh, so good. So good. Just gonna cast this now. Draw a card. If I can draw a Skyclave Apparition, it's pretty good. Put a land into play. Yeah. Uro is really nice. What do we want here? We want Path. We don't want Collect Oof. I don't mind these cards. Knight's okay because it can hit the Sylvan Library, which is pretty huge. It might just be the 4th Thalia. I think everything else is pretty sweet. I don't want anything else. The Plagues are always interesting. I'm never too sure about Plague against Rug. It is a little bit late. It does turn off Arcanist and kill an unflipped Delver if it's on Wizard. It also just death touches Goyfs and Hooting Mandrills, which is kind of nice. But I'm not sure if that's where I want to be. I'm not a massive fan of Hex Drinker just because of Oko, and also just, you know, pumping mana into it and then it getting bolted. You can play around that, but sometimes you can't, so... It might just be Cradle. Cradle's a card that I don't really like up against Rug because they usually punish you for going wide and actually don't really allow you to go wide, so... If you're getting Cradle out and activating it turn after turn, then you're probably doing pretty well. This is a pretty nice hand. I'm going to keep this. Has a bit of everything. Yeah, Cellular, nice to come back. Because that was... Well, that could have been really rough. Delver, okay. Ooh. I might be having issues with my internet. Oh, it's doing okay. This is an interesting one. I don't mind the turn 1 Wasteland. My play was actually Green Suns anyway, so... They didn't get a Ponder, so I am going to go after the land here. Wasteland is their land. Okay, that's fine. Here, I don't mind just going for basic forest into Bird's Paradise. Haha, okay. They can't even play Submerge yet, which is nice. Nice, okay. I'd probably rather Caracas be hit. Than Savannah. Just gonna take this, go to 10. If they don't have a land and they wasteland me, then they can't force in my turn, which is pretty huge. Wow. I'm going to attack first. And then I'm going to swords in their turn to play around Force Negation. So I'm just going to play Dry Air. I probably want to play a little bit around Blazing Volley. So I'm just going to pass and then upkeep Pulse Swords. Nice. That was pretty huge. Wow, nothing? Are they going to allow me to untap as well? Wow. Easily going for Library here. Holding up Caracas. Play Canopy. I'm pretty happy to go down to 9. Wow, they missed again. Oh, Ramanap. Okay. That's pretty funny. I think I'm just going to take the Ramanap. I can't risk Bolt. Put on top. Play Ramanap. Yeah, unfortunate for my opponent, but there's a really good situation where sometimes going for the Wasteland when they play a turn 1 Delver isn't that bad. I'm a huge fan of it, because usually it's a case of they either play the Delver or they ponder for a land. And thankfully there it played off. paid off. And also played off, I guess. Yeah, Wasteland and Gravestill is really nice for the Ramanap. Up against Alex. It's a pretty slow start, to be honest. The only nice thing about this hand is that we can go turn 1 Dried Arbor, and then turn 2 play Hexdrinker, play Cradle, and then tick Hexdrinker straight up to 4. Or straight up to 3, making it a 4-4, but I don't think this is where I want to be. This is much better. I'll keep this and I'll bottom the Bayou because we have no main deck black cards. So let's go Trop into Noble. Not too sure what Alex is on. I'm going to keep the Wasteland... Oh, sorry, the Windswept Heath for the Sylvan Library. So let's go for Sylvan Library first, because I want that to resolve around a Daze. And now I'm pretty happy to play Mom. Alright. Interesting. Put on top. Put on top. I don't really want to pay for that. Yeah, this does look like some sort of combo deck, so I kind of want a Green Suns for Collector Oof here. Hey, Gelarium, welcome. I think that's okay. So let's fetch. See if they respond. We'll go and get Savannah. I'm gonna leave Wasteland down. Do I want to attack? That's the question. I don't really want to attack. I think I'm okay going like this. Holding up Swords to Plowshares if I need it. Not too bad in this league. Currently 1-1. We're down to Snow. Got up against Rug. Collective. Pass. Oof at least is still a threat that can attack for 3, but it could just be not that great in this matchup. Basic Island is interesting. I've never seen Basic Island before. I guess I have seen Basic Island before, but it's not too much of a downside to be playing Snow-Covered Island. It definitely restricts the amount of cards you can be playing, or at least that I think you can be playing. This could just be like a blue-red, a blue-white Terminus deck. It's Tundra. Back to basics. Teferi, Skyclave, that's fine. Oh, hitting Sylvan Library is actually pretty nice. Yeah. I'm probably happy just with swords here to attack back for 5. Could be Esper Vial. Yeah, that's true. Usually they have more, but obviously here it didn't. More turn 1, turn 2 plays. They're gonna force. Pitching Baleful Strix. Okay. Maybe they are Esper Vial. Oko's pretty sweet. Let's attack first. I'm a little bit concerned about Flick Wisp or Soul Herder, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Yikes. I'm probably okay with this. Recruiter for Plague Engineer would be pretty good here. Okay. I think it's just a case of trying to beat down with some illusions. Wow, force as well? Fuck. Not much I can do there. Now I draw. Okay, that's interesting. My opponent could have like Swords to Plowshares as their last card, so attacking here, they could Swords this, get a 3/3, then block, but my only way winning here is combat damage, so I think this is fine. I'm gonna Brainstorm here, that's interesting. There's probably a world as well where I should keep this and attack first and see how they block. Aether Vial's more than fine. Wasteland. Okay. That is a great end for us. I'm just going to hold the Wasteland for now, just to act like I have some sort of shenanigans. They had a Marsh Flats, and they drew into the Vial, which is interesting. So now they have one card in hand. Interesting. Knight's pretty good. Pretty happy just to attack with the illusion here. Play a land. Play Knight. There's some thought to using this Wasteland on double blue. I can't. They pretty much have all their covers covered, all their colors covered. I was thinking of like Venser, obviously Flicker Wisp, but that's down the line, so they're in a position where I can attack with everything and they need multiple blocks. Wow, they didn't get out of it. So much value in the early game, and then very interesting. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. Let's go for Plagues, let's go for Nissa, let's go for Parts. I do like taking out just Thalias. Oof is fine. Oof turning off Aether Vial is probably enough. Hey Arkan, hope you're well. Yeah, thankfully have some holidays, so I'm just streaming through the day, which is always nice because you get to hit a different audience, which is kind of cool. Not too sure what else I want to drop against Esper Vial. Everything kind of has its place. Scavenging Ooze is probably the card that I want to drop. A lot of the removal in this sort of matchup is Exile, so there won't be too many creatures in the bin. But one reason that it's nice is that if my opponent does play Plague Engineer and deals with Noble Hierarchs or Mums, then I do have some things to eat, which is kind of cool. Hey, thanks Arkan. All the best to you as well. I hope you had a nice year. I hope you had a nice Christmas with family and friends. And I hope you have a pretty nice 2021 coming ahead. I'm just going to go down on one Accelerator. Maybe it is just the Ooze. And we'll see how we go in this game. I kind of like everything else. Yeah. Really want a Sylvan Library start. This isn't too bad either, because it does have Collector Oof for Aether Vial, which is kind of nice, so I'm going to keep this. Then we also have some really good removal in Skyclave Swords and Plague Engineer. Wow, not even a Vial start, that's pretty good for us. Sylvan Library, well there's Sylvan Library. Fetching now. 3 boats for 3 Khans. The boat guy? I like that you got that name. Meddling Mage, that's fine. Probably just naming Swords to Plowshares. Yeah, okay. Drop. Okay, let's get Savannah and play Sylvan Library. Vial's a little bit late, and they don't have Apparition here, which is pretty huge for us. Wow, okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. I can pay for all of these. Play a land. Get a Tundra. I could get... Am I playing Scrubland? I'm not playing Scrubland. Maybe that's an issue. Next turn I can play a Knight and Cradle to play Oof, which is kind of nice. Recruiter's fine here. I probably want to find Wasteland. Wasteland and Oof seems really good here. I can even go Wasteland, Oof, and Swords. Strix is fine. Opponent going for the value turn, which is interesting. Okay, okay. So Cradle allows me to go... I can shuffle. I can go Green Suns for Dryad Arbor. Play Cradle, and then I have 4 mana to play with. I think I'd still just go for Oof and Swords, so I don't mind that. So put on top. Put on top. Green Suns is pretty much free because it still gives me a mana from the Cradle thanks to Dryad Arbor. I should have used here. I should have used the trop. Because I could actually go knight this turn and hold up swords. Hopefully that doesn't matter. Probably wouldn't mind if they force this. If they want to 2-for-1 themselves on the oof, that's more than fine. Yeah, I thought so. Easy attack here. And then just hold up the recruiter. But that doesn't play around Charming Prince, which is interesting. I think I am just going to allow them to untap because I do have the recruiter also covered with Plague Engineer. And of course they can't Charming Prince with Collector Oof out, which is kind of cool. Soul Herder. That's fine. So trigger goes on the stack, they target that, and now we can Swords Recruiter. They're gonna force it, that's fine. We can then untap it and Plague Engineer if we find a black source off the Silver Library. They probably want to find an answer to the Collector Oof. Glasspool Mimic? Interesting. Nice. Put on top. Put on top. Land. Fetch. Hey, Swag. Thank you very much. Alright, so we can do a few things here. We can Skyclave Soul Herder. And then Plague away the Recruiter. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. The Collector Oof was really nice because it turns off Baleful Strix as well to an extent, and it turns off their catch there with the Glasspool Mimic. Yeah, Sky and Engineer is pretty nice as well if you do want to get rid of some illusions. Interesting magic. Two more. Yeah, thankfully their start was just pretty slow and we got to build out our board a lot faster than they could. Obviously Aether Vial decks are a lot worse without Aether Vial starts, and that was a pretty good example of how Esper Vial can struggle a little bit when you have a lot of 3-drops and you have to just naturally cast them instead of being able to cheat them in off Aether Vial. Alright, let's do this. Eddie, welcome. I'm gonna keep. I think it's okay. I think the Sylvan Library is the massive reason why. These are all good against unfair decks, and then we have these good against fair decks, so it kind of has a little bit of both worlds, which is nice. I'm hopefully not going to die to combo too early on, and I'm not going to buy to any of the fair decks too early on, so I'm pretty happy with this hand. Eddie is certainly on post. I'm not sure who Eddie is, unfortunately. I guess if they're on post, then Collector Oof doesn't seem too bad, but I probably want to find a Wasteland pretty quickly. Mountain. Grindstone, okay. Well, we're playing Misty and passing. Yeah, thank God for Oof. 100%. So thankfully if they go Painter LED, I can respond to Grindstone's activation by swordsing the Painter. Hopefully this isn't Blood Moon. Magus isn't too bad. Because we can get something... Ooh. I'm gonna fetch in response. This is interesting. So, yeah, I'm gonna fetch in response. Just gonna get a Savannah, just to make sure they don't have the opportunity to do something in response to me fetching with Painter in play. But if they have like LED and red blast, then that's just... I can't beat that. So, Grindstone is 3 to activate. I mean, if they have double Spirit Guide, then they have double Spirit Guide. But I think here I just want to go Swords on Painter, so then I can untap and play Oof. If I don't Swords here, then I'm kind of just like stuck with Swords up. So I think here it's fine just to try to go for Swords. Okay. Another Swords is great. I now get to play Oof just to be a little bit safe. I'm also just going to get a basic here to play around Blood Moon. Hey, me the Captain, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. There's Blood Moon. Okay, we played around it, so we can still Green Sun Zenith for things. We can play Library, which is nice. And we drew Bird. Okay, that's pretty great. I think here the play might just be play Bird over play Sylvan Library, just to have access to white. Hey, Hardest of Core, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Goblinish Nia, okay. Interesting. From the States, and I'm known for playing Test and D&T in Legacy. Interesting, I like that. That's kind of like two different, two sides of the story. Oh, and a Goblin Welder? Okay. This is fine. And a Petal's fine. Oh, you're from Ballarat? Very cool. Dabbled with Delver, more of a modern guy? Okay. What did you play in modern? I'm going to attack here because they could double block, but then we have swords. Library hold up sword seems fine here. You got all your bases covered? Yeah, 100%. Test seems really cool. I do have Ant in paper. and it's a pretty strong deck. Obviously, Tez has kind of taken its place in the format, but Ant has been coming back lately, which is kind of cool to see. Mills your baby? Very cool. Have you played the new, like, 8 crab kind of version, since you have 4 more crabs that mill? Hey, Pokey. Very cool to hear. What type of headphones did you get? Sennheiser, maybe some Bose? Kind of nice. Nothing from my opponent. Interesting. 2 cards in my opponent's hand. I'm probably happy just paying here, just to dig deeper with Sylvan Library. I can now attack for 3, which gets me through Painter as well, which is kind of nice. Yeah, Uro is pretty good. Hey, Panasonic's still a sweet brand. They're gonna switch these, that's fine. They're gonna block. Interesting. Ah, now switch them? Okay, that's fine. I don't think I want to waste a swords on these. I'm pretty happy just passing back. Yeah, Tess is pretty quick. I will say, I have played some very quick games against Tess, unfortunately. It never really works out. Come on, Green Suns. Skyclave is pretty close. Oh, and it's okay. Put on top, I'm gonna pay for this. So now I get to cast Skyclave, but also have mana open for Swords to Plowshares, which is really nice. My opponent can do the same thing with Painter, but it does take some time off their clock, which is pretty relevant for MTGO, and if this game goes along, then it does add up as well. But it looks like my opponent's just going to let it slide. Skyclave really nice there is just an out to Blood Moon, because it can be a little bit tricky. We did have a pretty good board state dealing with it, but in general, Blood Moon can sometimes get Maverick, even though you play, you know, basics, you have Mana Dorks, you have Green Suns to find them. Can be pretty tough at the best of times. I think Scavenging Ooze would probably be my best find. Or maybe even something like a Questing Beast just to get the damage done. Okay. Put on top. Put on top. I am going to attack with Thalia. See if they do anything, and then I'll play the Skoos. Get back this, that's fine. By attacking first and not playing the Skoos, it might make them block and then tap here, which means they'll lose the Painter's Servant in my second main phase. And thankfully they can't have mana for double Pyroblast. Unless they have Simian Spirit Guide. I guess then they don't have the mana for Grindstone anyway, so this is going to work out pretty well, I think. Yeah, this is fine. Tundra, use this to cast Ooze. Eat this. Nice. Just a pass back, nothing to eat as well, so I'm just gonna pass. I think we know what's on top, so I should have actually fetched, but it's okay. Put on top. Put on top. Mum actually is a little bit relevant here, which is nice. So I'll use the one land that Screws can't use. And now we can probably attack with these. I might hold back this. I guess them having a 3/3 isn't the worst. I can play a second Thalia to lose this one and then eat it to gain a life, so thankfully we're in a pretty good spot. Uro Wizard, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Opponent possibly thinking of a double block here. Yeah. And I think here I am just going to Swords the Engineer. Could also let it slide. I think I will. I think there is a case where I do just lose to the combo with some nuts hand that they've been drawing into, so this is going to be fine. Play Thalia. Keep this one. Oof, just super strong in this match. I didn't necessarily need to play the second Thalia, but I just wanted to make the use of my mana to be able to eat as much as possible with the Ooze. But it's a tough spot for Eddie. Looking at the board, what do people think in chat about Leyline of the Void against this deck? It does turn off the goblins, but I'm not sure if that's where I want to be. I do like the extra parts, the Gaddock Teeg and the Meddling Mages, but I'm not sure if Leyline is really... I think it's kind of a side project of their main plan. I think that like Scavenging Ooze is enough, and hopefully our hate for Welders themselves. Khan's pretty good, but what can it get? Collector Oof stops a bunch of stuff, so I'm not too sure what it's going to get. Painter's 7, okay. Alright, green, green, green. Let's eat Engineer. Let's eat Thalia. Let's eat Skyclave. Let's untap. I will fetch. No. That's all good. That's all good. Oh, there's Green Suns. I think here we just go for Swords on the Illusion. I guess we can get pro, so I don't have to use it. So let's go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I do have to fetch here. Actually, 6 does it. Go and get Questing Beast, which is pretty cool. I can give pro blue. And then I can attack them, and I can attack them. The big thing is knowing what I don't want in this matchup. Probably Mum. So, I do want the extra parts. The engineers are probably my out that I want for the goblins. I do like Gaddock Teeg, I do like Meddling Mage. Swords on one blocker and give protection on the ooze was straight up lethal. It probably was. I think I just got too tunnel visioned into getting yeah, I think swords on the goblin is definitely correct because then you can just get through with lethal thanks to ooze. But I mean, come on, questing beast, you can't beat it. Mum is coming out. Thalia is okay, Skoos is okay, libraries are great. Uro's interesting, that can probably come out. Ramanap's also pretty interesting. I feel like Wasteland just by itself is enough with knights. I could see myself dropping down on Thalia's 4 mages. Interesting decisions. I might just play the 1 engineer and bring in... Maybe cut 1 library. I think 1 is enough. I can be pretty aggressive with it, which is nice, but... This hand seems fine. I do have Oko, which is nice. It's just, there's no removal. Other than Oko, which you can kind of just hope that it's good enough. I don't think I'll throw this back in a normal tournament, but of course it does nothing against Blood Moon, which is kind of rough. But it's pretty rough for me as well to try to mulligan to a hand with that, so I'm just going to keep this. Welder's fine. Ramanap. Just gonna go for basic into bird. Bolt the bird, wow. An actual bolt or an actual bird. Alright. Swords is pretty nice. I don't mind Wasteland, especially with my opponent down on cards. And then I could go after the welder here. Actually, I can't go after the welder. Alright. I really like Smuggler's Copter in this build, especially with the goblins, seeing you can discard things but also get them back later on. Pyroblast, interesting. Double Mountain, okay. Recruit is fine. I'm going to deal with the Copter here. Just providing a little bit too much value. But they can... Okay, there's nothing in the bin for them to actually welder it with, luckily. They have 3 cards. One is Painter's Servant. I mean, if it's like Painter's, LED, and Grindstone, I'm just dead anyway. So I think here I want to go for Oko. Knight's also pretty nice, because hopefully I can then hit Painter's Servant with Oko next turn. I think that's the play. Twin and Vintage Cube is something that I definitely think is on the MTG bucket list for a lot of players, so it's nice to hear that you got it. I'm a huge fan of... I guess I don't usually do it, but when I do Cube with my mates, Twin is always in the back of my mind as something that I should be leaning towards building. Yeah, Mono Red also seems pretty interesting. Lotus Petal's actually really good here, because it means they can play around removal on the Painter's Servant, thanks to Goblin Welder. Ooh, Karn's gonna be okay. What's Karn gonna get? Probably Grindstone? Could also play the Bridge plan, I guess. Ensnaring Bridge, yeah, okay. Interesting. Well, I think here we're just going for attack Karn. Get in front of it, that's fine. They have 3 cards left. I don't mind ramming up into Wasteland. You lose 2 points for playing Mono Red. Opponent in a pickle, I think. We know they have Painter and Ensnaring Bridge in hand, and 2 unknowns. Not sure if they have an extra land or not. They could potentially have a Great Furnace in the bin, which gives them access to 4 mana, because they could play the Great Furnace, tap it for mana, and then switch it with the Lotus Petal, which is interesting. But I'm not sure what 4 mana achieves. Alright, tick down. Tormont's Crypt. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, it is free as well. Painter. All right. Please don't ask me what happens when you Oko a painter. I am actually not sure right now. Because I'm not sure how it works with, yeah. I think the play is just both at Khan. I don't believe that can come back to bite me. I'll play a land first. Attack Khan, attack Khan. Not sure what's happening here, if it's lag on my end or not. No blocks, okay. I guess we see what it does here. Oh, they have to welder it in response if they do want to welder it, because it loses being an artifact if Oko's ability resolves. Ah, okay. I guess it keeps the ability bar, which is kind of scary. Savannah into Noble. And then just pass. Time is the best of time. Hey, Forza Williams. Hope you're well. Hope you had a nice time over Christmas. And have a nice New Year's coming up. Opponent again with 4 cards in hand. We know one is Ensnaring Bridge, which we have a nice out to in Oko. But this Goblin Welder is going to be a little bit tricky. Probably better to play the Canopy last turn to get 2 draws next turn. Especially when our life total isn't that big of a consideration against Painter. Oko is such a beast here. No attacks. And no land. Interesting. Ooh, Green Sun Zenith. Okay. I'm gonna get this back. Yeah, I just made the Painter a 3/3. Which doesn't seem that great, but... what do I want to do? I think I want to play the Canopy and draw a card. See if they have Pyroblast. Interesting. I think we're still playing Oof. Playing a bird. I'm going to attack first with the Ramanap. See how they block. It does have Exalted, so it will be a 3/4. At 23, I think they just take this, and it looks like they are. Really want to turn off this wall, though. Is a little bit scary. Red Blast on that. We can't save that, so that's going to be fine. Engineer's pretty good. What did they get? Probably Grindstone? At least next turn we do get back the Canopy from the yard, so we kind of get 2 draws. Bridge! Okay. I am going to grow the Knight. Could get Cradle, which is actually pretty interesting. Just from a mana perspective. Oh, there we go. That's game. That's not game over, but that is, you know, very good. Let's go for Canopy. Draw. Land. Okay. Let's make 4 mana. And we can Green Suns for 2 to get Scavenging Ooze. And now we can eat that. How do I want to attack? That's the big question. It might just be with Ramanap again. Then they can double block. It's actually no great attacks. Crater Maker. In response, I'm going to use its ability to eat Recruiter. And now that resolves. Nothing. I'm going to eat Oof. Doesn't really have anything else to do. Now I'm just going to eat Tormod's Crypt, as it is an artifact in the yard. Now I can make the Knight bigger as well. Swords is pretty sweet. Let's draw a card with this. Path is pretty good as well. Okay. Now I'm pretty happy to at least attack with the Knight. They're gonna block. Okay. I can create a food and pass back. They still have an Ensnaring Bridge in hand. We don't know about the other cards. There's Grindstone. Let's eat Goblin Engineer. And pass. Upkeep, they'll try to Grindstone me. We can Swords Painter in response. And thankfully that gets us there. Which is nice, so we're 3-1. That was a slog. I feel like we had the tools there, we just needed to compile them into a format that actually won us the game, but pretty nice. Always nice to go at least with 3 wins into the last match, because it takes a little bit of the stress off. You know you're walking away with something, which is always good. Any info about Eternal Masters in Australia in 2021? So I know Melbourne are pretty keen to host theirs. I have something brewing in Brisbane, which hopefully will be public in maybe a few months. The biggest thing for Brisbane is trying to find a time that doesn't step on anyone's toes, and also is a good time for those internationally to come up. Because obviously now with restrictions it's pretty bad, but otherwise, if you're talking about a healthy year, looking for like a long weekend where, you know, it's good for, you know, Melbourne or WA or South Australia, because obviously Melbourne have the Queen's birthday, which is awesome because it is a long weekend for most states. Adelaide Eternal is obviously another one, and then CanCon as well. Yeah, well, funnily enough that you mentioned Bris Vegas, which is the name of a store here. This is a pretty good hand. A little softer combo, but we do have our Green Suns for Collector Oof, so I'm going to keep this. We also have basics, which is really nice. Once. Okay. Wooded Foothills. Interesting. So this could be a few things. They play a Misty, though. Interesting. Allosaurus Shepherd. Okay. So it looks like we're looking down the eyes of Elves, and I probably don't mind taking out the Shepherd here just to turn off Cradle. Hey Legacy Pit, a huge thank you for the raid. I hope you guys are well and had a nice Christmas. For those coming in from the Legacy Pit raid, my name is Dukes on Twitch. I stream Legacy Maverick. I usually stream twice a week, but this week I'm just going kind of all in because it is Christmas and have some time off. You can usually find me on Thursday nights from 7:30 PM at Australian Eastern Standard Time, or Sundays from around 10:30 AM. I think here it's just birds to develop our mana and then hold up swords. I don't really want to go after the Visionary just yet. If they play a Why Would I kind of do. They're glimpsing now, which is interesting. It kind of makes me want to take out this Visionary in case they have Cradle. But this is actually an interesting one. Hey D-Stit, welcome. So obviously swords I do want to keep for cards like Whywood Symbiote, Quirion Ranger, Heritage Druid. But there is a part of me that wants to take them off this Visionary because it stops something like Birchlaw Rangers creating a mana. It stops Cradle, which is the biggest one. And I assume if they have a hand of Cradle and Creature, they want to play the creature first. So I think I won't Swords now, but I might Swords in response to the first creature they cast. Because I don't think they'll go Cradle into Creature. Yeah, so this is exactly why I wanted to do it. So now we get to Swords the Visionary, which turns off the Virtual Ranger's ability to tap for 2, unless they have land into another creature and they can keep going off. So they have Heath. Okay. Nuts. This is definitely why we play the Black Splash. Not much I can do here, but I can sit and admire. Green Suns for 1, interesting. Maybe another Y-Wood? Could just be a Heritage Druid. I've already got one. Just another Ninja Sentinel, okay. I guess now they have 3 free mana for every green creature they pretty much cast. Visionary is pretty good. It's draw 3, untap 3 creatures, make 3 mana. Crazy. This is why I love the Black Splash, because obviously Plague Engineer is what you really need against like a deck like Elves. Maverick otherwise doesn't really have the tools to deal with them going wide so often. I mean, we had a 3-sword hand and it did nothing. I think that gives you a pretty good indication of the matchup. But it's cool to see. Opponent just churning through their deck. For 8. Do they have a creature that isn't? Oh, another. They're actually naturally casting a Craterhoof. There's nothing I can do here. Oh my gosh. Nothing we can do there. Gaddock Teeg, Plagues, Parts. I don't mind the mages. Ramanap out, Collect Oof out. Uro is interesting. I don't really like Thalia. This is actually an interesting one. I'm not too sure what I want to board out as an extra. I don't mind Skoos. It can really stall the board after Plague Engineer. I'm not sure if this is really the matchup for Oko. Knight of Autumn can actually probably come out, let's be honest. This seems pretty good. Ooh, this is a turn 2 Plague, so I'm going to keep this. We can get a Bayou off the Misty. And just hope they didn't have turn 1 Thoughtseize. Yikes. I think I actually like Knight here as it allows Wasteland to be online faster. Shouldn't have said that one out loud. Yeah, it happens. I mean, I had my one-off Plague and they had their Thoughtseize, so it evens out. This is interesting. I don't mind taking them off creatures rather than taking them off land. A little bit risky because it makes my mana pretty awkward, but I still get to hold up Swords and Path, which is pretty nice. Birchlaw? Quirion, okay. I don't mind this plan of just keeping them off as much mana as possible. I probably should have also parked at the end of draw, just in case they drew into their last creature. My list did have Leovold, but I cut it for this league. I played it in the prelim, but I just didn't... the mana didn't really line up, unfortunately. Green Suns for 2 perhaps here? Okay. Maybe Skoos? Skoos probably seems the best here. Visionary, okay. Birds. Well then, we have to get aggressive. So now they do have the ability to block with Visionary and then return with Wywood. So I kind of just have the attack in the air with Bird and Exalted, which is pretty rough. If I get a turn. This is kind of nice because I get to return the Uro to my hand if I wish. So we can go for Savannah. Blue, green, cast Uro. See what I draw first. Wasteland, okay. I can put that into play. And then with the trigger on the stack, I can return this to my hand, which I think I actually want to do. Go after Cradle. And now I'm pretty happy to attack with both of these. I guess I can also wasteland my opponent, but I think attacking with both and making them make some sort of block is reasonable. So they can return this and then just take 2, go to 3. I guess Green Sun's off the top does it because I can get Questing Beast. I guess Scooz changes that a little bit, but... That's pretty big. I think here we just take out the Ooze. I could take out the Wirewood, but the Ooze is the main issue. I think if I am going to be splashing for Plague Engineer, I should just be playing more than 2. Maybe I should cut back on Path to Exile and play more, just maybe 1 more Plague, just to make sure I can see it. They're going after lands, which is interesting. I think they want to eat some amount of creatures to gain some life. They didn't even eat Dried Arbor there, which is definitely incorrect, because that's both a land and a creature. But unfortunately now we're just pretty open to Natural Order, or even just a hardcast Grizzle. Sorry, not Grizzle. Craterhoof. Still digging. So they must have it here, because then Birds in the Air is just lethal. No? Okay. Did they just not see the attack with Bird? They only have green mana, they can't like Abrupt Decay this, which is nice. This is interesting. Did my opponent just forget about Exalted? Wow, that was a massive ticket out. That's crazy. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I have 2 minutes. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, BOP for the win. We do take those. Do I want to change anything? I don't think I do. It's always interesting to see how Thalia goes in the matchup. Obviously, they're only playing Green Sun's Glimpse and Natural Order, with maybe some Thoughtseize and Abrupt Decays. But I think it taxes us a little bit more than it does them. I don't think there's anything here that I would rather have than these, so we'll see how this goes. This will be the final match. No green source is pretty rough, but otherwise a pretty nice hand, so we'll mulligan this. I'll keep this, and I'll bottom one Oko. But it's going to be interesting to see what I name with the mage. I think it's just Natural Order, but it could be Glimpse. It really depends on what happens. We're still on headcam? Hey, there we go. A huge thank you. Opponent also down to 6, so... Oh, another Meddling Mage, nice. Okay.